Hey chat, how's it going? Hello. I'll just hop on live first, but got a few things to test out on PTS again. Also starting a little bit later. It's kinda slow today. The bot still didn't do the announcement. It's weird. I need to get a new Discord bot. This one's way too slow. All of these builds are gonna change. Every DK build. Oh, now I did the announcement. So if we do BDs, it's probably gonna be on the characters that are going to change. We played Templar last time. It's probably not playable with the new Koro. It's gonna be too squishy. You don't really benefit from it. You don't have any dots really. Like you only take more damage next batch. You lose the minor brutality as well. That's in Draconic Power now. I wonder what we do with this. I'd like to keep the playstyle similar. Maybe Northern Storm instead of Koro and do like Polar Wind for bigger heals. Something like that could be an option, but gonna have to think about it. Did I have any other... I think this character has Ardent Flame, right? The Stamcrom. But I can probably keep that as a subclass. Let's play the range DK today. That was definitely gonna be different. I was thinking of range DK earlier. If I was to do one next batch, probably some kind of force pulse build, to be honest. Force pulse with the new... maybe with the new... Mythic and... actually no, that's bad. Because you get minor timidity from it. But maybe just force pulse and like monomyth or something. Hey buddies, how you doing? Hello. The melee build we're on right now. The fuck is this? It's the worst endeavors ever. Wow. I don't know if I even do all of them. Siege weapons, trial, infinite archive. I'll do one of those to do all of them today. I mean, there's a trick for the siege weapon, but it takes time. It's probably the fastest one out of these three though. Hey Ryan, how you doing? Come Emperor and Zero, harvest one node. Yeah, it's quite a difference. Like this one's easy, this one's easy. Actually, I need to buy Ortsogas. I posted a YouTube shot on my Discord and linked it in a couple of others, but made a funny build yesterday on PTS. At least works for duels. I don't know how well it's gonna do in open world or BDs, but maybe like change a couple of things should still work. But I think today we try to make some kind of dot build. I do have some ideas. Maybe test the range build with the Asylum Inferno. Not even lightning stuff, I think, just Inferno stuff. Because burning is a dot, right? A lot more burning than any of the other ones. Although I wonder if the percentage additive it probably is, though. It's probably not gonna be good. Unfortunate. Wait, did I not queue?
Got plenty of items for today.
I have 12 minutes on the food buff. It's gonna be a no food buff challenge if it takes too long, but domination, so impossible. Okay, we have Pride in Green Team. Seen this name before, don't know anyone else here. Just a couple of BGs on live and we'll be on PTS, I think. Hey Pride, how you doing? Privet. Nice day, you too, you too. Good luck, have fun. We have a capybara in team. Double damage though. Don't mind if I do. Not that you can stack them, but... Okay, hold on, I need to... make sure that we don't die here. I couldn't stay here with the new Goro, by the way. I'm gonna die to the school, I think. I kinda forgot where I have the heals. Did too much PTS. Different keybinds. It's always a mindfuck. Hey Sakabat, how you doing? Yeah, hello. School delivery. We have 7 kills, which means we killed the whole PG of the opponent team. But these are like giga squishies though. Don't have the damage still right now. They do have some damage. I have to keep that in mind. It's a dodge. It's gonna be another dodge. It's blast spawn if the blast spawn would cast. No stun, but dies the blast spawn. It's gonna be a ricochet, I think. Have a stack school there. It's gonna jump to the other ones, do a bunch of damage. Killed the heavy attack there. Is that a damage sigil? I think he might have gotten a damage sigil. Be a little bit careful about them. We have Koros soon, but not yet. Stack score. Streak. The blast bounce enough. That's Pride. Have some heals as well. Let's just go Koro here, I guess. Land it with the streak. And beats is over. Okay, GG. Interesting BT. We get 20, they get 9, 10, 11, 12, 17. Interesting BT. Let's probably do the endeavors before we switch to PTS. Actually, I shouldn't buy Outsogas. So I have some left on other characters. It's gonna be bewitched on every DK build next patch, I think. What do I buy? I need to buy something. I'm missing motive.
As my witness.
Need to log on the knife blade for that though. I'll do that off stream, I guess. So we can go to Black Crates and just seed some NPCs.
The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
More drops, more not getting the damn Scarlet Sensei on your Xbox account. Yeah. Not the feeling.
Well met and good fortune.
Wait, I was supposed to have some crates. I don't know where they went.
May luck follow you.
I claimed them on Twitch, but they just disappeared. Strange. Maybe I opened them, but I forgot about it. Okay, so we need to find a resource that's not 80. Well, that's not too difficult. Doing good. Doing okay. Doing okay. Got a lot of views on the YouTube short yesterday. Happy about that. Quick circ. No. Fastest way to do these kind of endeavors. Like deal damage with siege weapons. I'm gonna show you. If for some reason you need to do this endeavor, I think it's the easiest one here. Just fuck archives and doing trials. Can't be arsed. Oh, unless there's Ocean Gates run in vet. Yeah, didn't think so. Just run past you. Wait, are you in Zero Deal? What's Perception? Oh, you are. Are you also doing the Endeavor? What are you doing in Zero? Or this Zero in particular. So it's the fastest way to do the Endeavor. If they didn't change this, just it's the NPCs and bam, done. So the last 3 days. Yeah, but this is the dead one. Isn't everyone in Greyhost? Good fights and stuff? Okay. Surprising to hear. Wait, we are in Black Ridge, right? Yes. Not gonna stay here, but just want to do the endeavor there. Oh, you DC locked. I see, I see. Yeah, I have EP locked in there. Oh, also we probably got some funny blast bones, because we had damage Sidol. 17k. This could be without the Sidol. Does a lot of damage. Can actually see it here. Oh, that's not a crit. That's a hit. 13.8k hit with the blast bone. If only it critted. If only it critted. And 10.6k hit with the skull. That's also a hit, the 12k ricochet skull. The crit, but that's probably the non-stacked one. Okay, that's a crit, but it's only 17k. Meh. Is that the Sidol there? There's in Ricochet School build, it's a new one. Yes, the I think the latest build I added to the website. Just Plague Break Rally, simple stuff. Ricochet, that's the wrong concept. No, it can be good. It can be really good. It's an 8-meter radius area. It's very likely to bounce to someone. And plus 50% damage on the bounces as well. It's almost as hard as the blast bone. So if you have that and Koro, some decent damage. No, maybe you can still build around that next patch. I have to do this stuff. Also, there's a bug on PTS at the moment with the fire breath. I want to check if I had that active in some of the fights. Just pull up the VOD here. Because apparently, if you recast the fire breath, if you like block and recast it, you still do the previous one, so you can stack like 2 or 3 of them. That's how people get 200k DPS on PTS. And if that's the reason why I got kills with that ability in the duels, then may have to rethink that build and if it's viable or not. That's not the onslaught build, but what I was playing before that. Let's go without the ads here. How many fucking ads do I get? It's crazy. Come on, YouTube. swear I'm watching more ads on YouTube than the actual videos nowadays. So we're cooking the build here still, and I did have some like decent tools with it. It's nothing like the Onslaught build, but it worked to some degree. Fought Grosslock with this. Grosslock's a good player. Did manage to kill him, but I wonder if it's with the double Firebreath. There's some random stuff. So I'm gonna see if I recast it here or if I just use it once. So maybe you do a max stat build with this. Use the damage shield and then like play a roller build and leap into the Firebreath with the damage shield up. Could perhaps work better. And Caltrops is a bad skill. Having to run that really sucked. So maybe I'd do like an ice stuff and LSS in hindsight. Okay, it's just a lot of stalling until leap. There's the leap, and now I guess the Fire Breath. Only once, it's still decent damage. Okay, it doesn't really happen there. I think I die in this fight. Probably got bonked, right? Or was the stalemate? No, I get bonked here, right? Or not? He was doing the 2-8 stun, but I think Saturn Rocks kinda broken. You do Saturn Rocks into the onslaught. There's the leap into... but they have like double Fire Breath there. Is that why it's so much damage all of a sudden? Because we do Fire Breath here once. And it's not active now though, at least not on the screen. We have the Flames Oblivion go after Leap Stun, and how many ticks do we see? I don't know. This is a build that's probably gonna be not ever good in duels, really. The leap one. But I can see it working in open world with the Rush Wagner. I do need to test that on PTS though, the timing of that. If you do chain into leap, if you pull people before the leap, or how the timing works on that. I think the pull should be before. You can always delay the leap as well, I suppose. Maybe there's some way to weave in the Soul Burst Pull. So Camel was playing that on his bomber. On one of them, it kind of locks people in place for a longer period of time. So harder to outrange the Flame Breath, right? At least in theory. But I don't know if that's the answer. There's also no bar space. You know what they should do for a quality of life? You should be able to, when you use guild stores, you should be able to use the gold in your bank. You don't need to always like withdraw gold when you want to buy stuff. I think that would be a good change. It should be like counted as if in your inventory. But I don't know how much we need.
Looking to
Just gonna
lighten
buy some random motive and we're done on the live server. Well, might be a scam, but can't be asked to investigate. Why do I type maze? It's kind of meh style, but for the collections. Okay, I think PTS time. This time I'll try to not get too stuck with the dueling, because I want to do the tier list today as well. We just cook the build and move on. That's the plan. So we have a dot build to test, a range build to test, and the timings on the Rush of Agony. With the chain pull and leap. Because that's not usually what we would play on chain pull builds. You wouldn't usually run leap, you would not usually run draconic power. So I haven't actually tested that. Because I think I just have to approach the build more as a bomber rather than anything that's ever gonna do well in duels. So you can test the timings first, I guess. Should have the gear set up and everything. Hey Lori, how you doing? Yeah, see how people doing the onslaught things here? I don't think so. We have Otachi here. Let's test the timing.
You there. The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
And this would probably not be a block build at all. Especially for open build. The problem is the mobs die, I think, too fast. Need to build ulti. I think there's a bug with heavy attacks too on PTS where they just don't connect sometimes. Said, did a heavy tear and it did nothing. Yeah, there's no heavy attack on the, like no two heavy attacks here at the end. I think someone mentioned that too, that heavy attacks are bugged on PTS. So if you try to like do ice heavies, for example, it doesn't work. Yep. Okay, let's see the timing here. They're gonna die though. And I can't tell anything based on that. Take flight after 1 second. Change is instant. The pull is after 0.8, right? So the pull should happen right before the leap. If you do change into leap. So they should get pulled. And then they just get CC'd. And then you go for the fire breath while they're in the air. And you have full value on the fire breath. Because I think you need to run take flight. Otherwise this takes too long to build up. An 80% modifier on this. So yesterday I was just perma blocking until that one. I think what I would do is ice stuff here. LSS. So we can just debuff people beforehand. Only wings. Let's try to actually set up the build. It's not don't need to do any duels with it today, but I'll try to set it up skill wise at least. So these are spammable basically. Or not really spammable, but have incinerate for sure. Then on the back bar. Do max stats. Pretty much always volcanic void, I think. It also raises the monomorph value. Because we won't have minor vitality without the CDB. And this would also be a pure decay. It's interesting how subcasting is kinda no longer ideal. This would also be the other morph. I think. Or maybe still the Demascelt morph. I think it's more value overall. 12 or 13k over 20 seconds. Hey, Spice Chef, how you doing? What's up, class? Can you explain why? Sorry, I just joined. So it's just because DK skill lines have a lot of synergy with each other. Like there's really strong abilities in each of these skill lines. Like in this case, for example, you get a really good, if you want to build max stats, you get a really good damage shield. It's like Sork Hardened Forge, the old one that also healed you value-wise. I can show it here. So really good skills in all of the skill lines. And they have some synergy like these passives that the more DK abilities you slot, the stronger the passive becomes. Like this one here, Draconic Power has one, it's the old Battle Roar, get more sustain if you have more DK abilities. So it kind of makes sense to not subclass. There's probably some cases where you do want to still. Like I think everything here is kinda melee range, for example, unless you run the chain pull. So maybe on a range build you could drop Draconic Power, for example. I probably would as well. But most of the time you want to run your classical lines. From flexbots maybe? Kind of. But you usually want to replace it with a decay ability. Most of the time. Like this is the strongest sustain skill you can have on DK, for example, the Heart of Flame. It's an insanely good ability now. That's why you want to go Bewitched on DK. And why the build that I'm gonna make later, the dot build, is actually gonna run DDF, I think. DDF, Disdain, and Unleashed perhaps could be interesting. Because you get because that would be a Koro build. You get Koro Pen on the dots too now. They kinda, I don't like what they did to Koro, but they did buff it offensively. Like the AoE itself, it's way harder, and it's also nice with Gap Closer, by the way, because you bring yourself to melee range. To the 5-meter radius of the opponent. Yeah, this passive is also good, like you get a... And you can still subclass into DK on other classes, by the way. That's still fine. I think Ardent Flame, for example, if you want to have a really good heal over time, that gives you major protection in the area. I can show you the radius of the skill, it's insane now. It's kind of like this is the old Cinder Stone, but it's a little bit bigger radius now. And it gives you major protection in it. So you just kind of chill here, 70% snare, and you get major protection and I think minor heroism. Yeah, minor fortitude and minor heroism. So you could still subclass into this on a healer, or so you can do this and Cauterize, for example. Maybe drop this and have Restoring Light and just camp 2 runes. Could be funny. But simultaneously it's also really strong offensive line as well. So there's nothing wrong with going for this, even if you don't play a pure DK. It's what they want to do with all of the classes. So DK is like really OP at the moment. After these changes, I think. But we're gonna get Warden in the summer and Sork later this year. So I assume they will do similar stuff with those. Where they spread out the like offensive skills and defensive skills in all of the skill lines and make all of them kind of equally powerful. Or close to. It's really cool what they've done. It really disincentivizes subclassing. As it should. Siphoning Giga Ultigen. You can do siphoning still, yeah. I mean, it's not like you always have to go Ardent Flame, but this is like it works differently. This one is good if you drop low sustain. If you stay at like full resources, then you get no value out of Flame. It restores based on your missing resources. So you kind of want to have high stat pools, so you get bigger returns from it. That's why DDF could be back. So I'm gonna cast the skill here. You can see how the sustain looks like. I'm blocking right now, so the stam is going up. Still, Magicka is going up. You always get back the Magicka if you cast it low mech. You get 15% of your missing health as well with the morph I'm using. good heal over times as well, or decent heal over times. Drop really low stam here, so you can see the value from that. Stam going up by 2k while blocking like every 2 seconds. It's 3 ticks. It's instant tick when you cast it. So you always get like some relief if you're low stam, for example. Or low magicka. Or well, it refunds the magicka basically. And then you get the like you get more magicka than you spend with the next few ticks. I just need to set up a tracker for that. It's gonna make things easier. I don't have that on PTS. But yes, Volcanic Ward, I once showed the comparison here. I'm surprised the Zorks on the forums aren't going apeshit yet about this. Forum Zorks are very protective of their class, shall we say. So they basically nerfed Hardened in the previous patch. They took away the heal. And I don't have the max attributes here. This scales based on max health, this one doesn't. So if we change to max magicka here. Or max stam, doesn't matter. I can show the difference here. It's same tooltip. It's basically the same tooltip. But, as you can see, this one also has a 5k heal tooltip. And it reduces damage taken by 10%. So it's a little bit better. It's a little bit better than the Hardened Ward. It's like the old Hardened Ward that was very popular. So DK has it now, if you go Earthenhard. DK also has Koro if you go Earthenhard. There's plenty of reasons to run any of the skill lines. But we're gonna try to build around this. I think on the sleep build, because you probably want to cast the damage shield and then you go for the chain into leap into breath, because max stats also means that you do way more damage with the fire breath. Hey, Psych Grenade, how you doing? What we're testing? I was testing the timings on the. Wait, I need to subclass back to show the difference between the Zork shield and the DK shield. These are basically like this, the old Zork shield, if you build around it. No max health scaling, so you have to go max magic or stam, but it's way better than Hardened. But I was testing the timings. So what I wanna do for open world or BGs, I really want to make this work. And for this to work in open world, I think you need... first of all, you need chains, right? And you need Rush of Agony. Just trying to figure out if you can... you can do chain pull, Rush of Agony into leap, if the leap happens after the pull. So then this could be really good for bombing. The damage is solid on the fire breath. I was testing this in duels yesterday. It was good damage in duels too. Like I could get some good players with it, but not as good as the onslaught thing, of course. Like the onslaught bonk is just bonkers. Is there a reason to run Draconic outside leap? Always felt the skill line was the one that always subclassed. Yeah, Draconic Power on life is the worst skill line in the game. Hands down. Passive skills, like everything's bad, but on PTS it's very different. There's still some bad ones, like I think Talons should be 8 meters radius. I feel zero motivation to run Talons. Especially choking Talons, like look at this shit. Reduces the cost, like 300 magicka. You have a 6 meter very like easy to outrange route. And what do you get for this morph? Instead of a dot that's like 1k per second tooltip, or more if you have good stats, you get a you get minor maim, which you get from shield. Yeah, this is terrible. Yeah, Crippin Swords is better. Because if you miss Crippin Swords, you still leave the ground AoE. You can still use it as a area denial, or people usually walk into it, so just because it leaves the ground AoE, it's better. Balance would be good if it was 8 meters, like it could compete with Soul Burst and Contingency, but I have no idea why it has to be... Why it still has to be 6 meter radius, when they literally added scribing with 8 meter radius AoEs. It's just very, very outdated. But yeah, Green Dragon Blood is, if you build max health, is basically Polawind. I don't know if the Coag is worth it. This is the Coag, basically. It has no heal over time. Instead you get minor courage, which is also nice. A little bit of extra damage, right? I haven't really tested this too much. I don't know if it's worth it. It has an AoE heal for allies as well, but... It's 10 meter radius, it's a pretty decent radius for an AoE heal. It's a bit less than Polawin. Polawin's 12 meters, but... The heal over time is also really nice on this. It's about the same as on Polar. So max health, Green Dragon Blood, very solid. Wings, strongest snare and root removal in the game at the moment. You have a CC with this, so it knocks down, like in open world. You can't really test this in duels properly. But in open world, if you run Wings, you get Major Expedition, which is already huge on a snare and root removal. You get 50% projectile damage reduction, so if you outrange people, you're taking less damage, makes it easier to survive. And then you get the knockback when you cast it. So if you have a lot of people on you, you cast the Wings and you sprint out of there. And you have a crazy amount of survivability in open world. That's kind of how I see it working, but... Yeah, this is what I was trying to test. If I can... it's just hard to test with the mobs, I think. And I fuck it up. At least I didn't spend the leap there. I need to spread the mobs out a little bit to see the pull. Strong DK rework? Yes, let's play, but I think they're gonna run full DK. Full DK is better, I think, in most cases than subclass DK. All of the DK skill lines are really good, and they synergize with each other. Regular and beefier mobs, but do they get CC'd? That's the problem, kind of. Okay, I think the pull happens before the leap. So you can do this in... you can probably do this in open world and BGs. Maybe in some duels too, but I don't think it's enough damage. Even if I change the attributes. You're kind of vulnerable while you do the fire breath. You kind of need to cast the idea is to get the damage shield and then you go for the leap and then you fire breath. You get full value fire breath. Could be cool, could be cool. Yeah, Bullseye Hayden. Passive and Draconic are also better now, I think. Yes, they moved the Balrog to Draconic Power and Minor Brutality. So you get 10% weapon spell elements. It's definitely better. I think Earthen Heart is the weakest DK skill line now. But it has the... has like really strong offensive ulti. And like simultaneously kind of defensive ulti. I wanna try to make this work still. In open world. In duels too, like we could make it work. Better than Onslaught potentially, but... Yeah, that's all I wanted to test with Rush of Agony. Let's see if I still have the Disdain. I do. Today's plan is a little bit different. Wait for the Plar one. That one is next. the Templar rework? No, that's next year, right? Isn't it Warden and then Sork this year? From what I understood. But I really like that they're doing these reworks. Like, even if they don't hit the mark always, it's still keeping the game fresh by changing the... like how the game is played, how the game looks, modernizing the animations and visual effects and all of that. Like, for someone who's spent way too much time in this game, it is a breath of fresh air, even if it doesn't hit the mark. We need to get the heavy chest. If Earthen is the worst, that should say something. Yeah, but still good. Like, you still have Koro, you have the old Hardened Forge with a heal. Really good if you go max stats. You have an armor buff and you have a weapon spell damage buff. And that's kind of clever actually. They have a skill line that provides a lot of the things that you kind of need to have in your build. And like simultaneously to move power away from the passives to Draconic Power and Ardent Flame. Like, this passive is bad, Blessing at the Peak. It's just ulti. Like, they took away the second portion of this passive. Avalanche can be good. This can be good. They moved the armor passive here. Armor passive is kinda like, it's alright. It's alright. And this passive is good for heavy attack build, so you have a reason to run this skill line. Even if you don't want to run Koro or any of the abilities, if you play a heavy attack build. Doing heavies also restores stamina. It's gonna be huge for heavy attackers. Don't need to land like a Sword and Board Scribe, for example. .4v4 was coming back on weekends. Yes, they wanna do that next summer. I guess people need reminders why that kind of died down in the first place. That's fine. SOS will get their data out of that, and that's about it, I guess. Buff on level 42 though. Maybe they should move this. Yeah, that's a good point. I think they should switch this to be the first skill. And they should switch this to be the last skill. Or something like that. But I think they wanna have a like healer ability as the first one you unlock. As a new player. You have like a spammable damage ability here. Spammable here. So if you're a new player you can like have active abilities. But I would still move this to be like earlier. Maybe here instead of the Obsidian Shield. Obsidian Shield is garbage. They just rework this and put it here. Like, this is still terrible. Worst ability in the game. Or one of the worst abilities. Next summer, this summer, yes. Oh, sorry, my bad. What's up, J-Box? And this summer is Warden. And Sork later this year. Like the fact that armor buff and damage buff is in the same skill line in Earthenheart. More skill lines should be like that. Sork also has that. Yes, only Sork and DK have that now. Stormcalling was the only other skill line where you had Major Brutality and Major Resolve in one skill line. It's like the two most important buffs to have. But yeah, let me see what we can do here. And this set is also really good. I hope they don't nerf it. It's really fun set now. I was using this on the Onslaught one-shot build. But also simultaneously acts as a durability set. Because you get heals when you dodge solo. You need like 10 seconds to build it up. Minimum. So when you deal dark damage, you stack it up and 10 stacks, and you can do the bash weave to proc the explosion. Love the new PP set, me too. It's like super fun. It has a funny animation too. Uploaded some of the duels from yesterday. I made a YouTube short out of it with a clickbait title, of course, but you can show it here. It has a funny animation if you bonk someone. Ei dum, how you doing? So look at this animation here. Wait, can I zoom in? I can, right? So it's the bonk with the southern rocks. I didn't have the set here, I didn't proc it, I think in this tool. I do proc it in the other ones though. Like here. I think. Where's the visual? Oh, there it is. You see the blood spatter everywhere, that's the set. It's really funny with this build. Like you bonk them and the scope glass fucking explode. But that's the set. They didn't add a death animation like that. I think here the same thing. And this is the item set. It's really good damage, like sleepers in AoE. Good on you. Doing okay. Trying to... I think we try to cook up a bot build today. So I was thinking Unleashed. Unleashed with disdain. So you don't have you don't really want to not slot the abilities, so things like rending slashes or BFB maybe not as ideal. And you kind of want to run Earthenheart for the heavy attack off balance, so you have a CC with the build. And the idea was to do also Flame Lash this time around with the chain pull. I think maybe Cauterize, because you're kiting a bit more. Cauterize Vigor, have the damage shield. Have Koro on the back bar. Can run Leap. You have a slot here. You do need the sustain skill. I think we run the... we could run the dot to try that, because we won't have as much max health. We will have some max health, but we could also run this and have like a little bit of extra dot pressure for when you go Koro. It builds up the avalanche faster. I think we move this here. I just gotta get used to the build, unfortunately. Did we do that? Actually, no, that's gonna be LSS, right? Yeah, it has to be LSS. Because we run... because I need the snare and root removal. Could also run this on the front. So you have a CC option on the front. It's probably also fine. Just Cauterize back bar and do good old LSS. Hey Jackie, how you doing? New DC swing isn't as good as the old one. I think it's also really hard to use some PTS because of the delays. I was trying it a little bit, but it felt super clunky because of the delays. Like the animation I do like more. It should be better with half a second cast time. It's way faster than it used to be. But I can like track the off balance and stuff. So the idea was to run this swing into like Paula's. So that could be a cool playstyle. But on PTS I can't. So I see text here, but I don't see the duels. Or maybe it just doesn't rock for some reason, I don't know. Don't allow it to light equip properly. What do you mean? You hear that little clunk? That's the light attack. This little 2k number, that's light attack, 2.7. So you can weave, but when people are moving on PTS with the delays, it's just not gonna connect. Because you have cast time, like it would be the same with any cast time. PTS thing. I think on live it's gonna be better. A little bit better. It would be the same with the old DC swing too, by the way. Or even worse, because you have more cast time. Hey JK, how you doing? It stacks when you take dark damage. Wait, are you sure about that? That adds stacks when you take damage. So I was testing quite a bit off stream. It builds stacks when you do dot damage, which is not how it's supposed to work. It's a little bit buggy in that sense. Just probably fix this in. So wait, do we have... we need unleash there. Yeah, it was polydots. It's polydots. It's one thing they need to fix, but... otherwise I love the Zen. You can still build it up kind of fast with just a... like just weaving light axe every global run. Building stacks on back bar, that would be the dots I think. So I think I also tested with cutting defense, didn't work. Can we do good old unleashed? It's been a while. I really don't want to slot vamp spam. Especially with the like DK being buffed to like mostly be fire damage. Being a vampire is probably can be kind of painful next patch. So we do Koro, but we have a lot of critable stuff. Only do swords actually. I don't think the crit chance is gonna be too high. This Blar was so good in past PTs. Yeah, this is kinda different though. It's gonna be kinda different. That would be wings. Wait, did I check this? Because it's bugged, they need to fix that, but... meh, it's not a DK color. I think this was supposed to be what is run. Let's say dog, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Chain or gap loss chain? Probably gap loss chain on this. Probably gap loss chain. So you can stick to targets with the core. We'll get the weapon spell limits here. Don't need absorb stam with Koro. This has to be poison. So we should get all of the stage effects, or almost all of them. Missing magic damage. It's kinda sucks, but... not much we can do about that. Or wait, we could What if we do Absorb Magicka here? Maybe Poison Backbar, Absorb Magicka on the front. And then this should be also charged, so you get guaranteed poisoned instead of the ulti gen. Or is that it's probably overcooked? But I think we want the Absorb Magicka for sure. Use so much max sustain with the Magicka still. So this is gonna proc the least, the backbar one. Maybe disease then on the backbar. So I think poison's more high value. Old change of plans. Maybe that one actually. It's also broken the Magicka still. It's magic damage. Something like that. Kind of weird setup. So switch mounts went free place. Hope not the ones you're using. Sure, but I don't think every stable master has the same ones. Can check here for example. Let me quick the new monster set. Which one? The Bleedmass one? I'll show you in a moment. There's a couple of them. The Frostmass one is also interesting for Warden perhaps. If it pokes chill very often. The eye one, yeah, that's the one I tested. It's potentially pretty good. Maybe not on a DK, but run it on like Nightblade as a person. It's kinda like Tarnished proc. Value wise. Okay, so we can buy Midnight Steed here. Nixox. We can have some of these. Can you preview? You can preview. Where is this one from? I know I have it, but I don't know where I got it. But yeah, all of these stable masters, they have their own mounts, which is good, I think. Encourages exploring, but means that I cannot show which ones went free, unfortunately. So I think if I go talk to another one, it's gonna have different mounts.
Fate needs you, Proxy.
Like let's say Murkmire. Or gonna be some Guars there and whatnot. Or just one different. Okay, so they each have their own. So what's bad giant? That's cool. I like collecting stuff. I like buying stuff in game and collecting everything, but it's maybe a little bit too cheap when you think about it. Yeah, so here we have, oops, I bought it. We have this one. When one mount costs as much as like one Ochoga or two Ochogas, you know the economy is fucked.
Together we would hatch many eggs so large and robust.
Okay, we got the swords, we got the medium, this stay in here, this stay in here. Kind of Ochogas have you been buying? I don't know, probably some very, very overpriced ones. What can I say? Wait, was it? It was Blackwood. I think DDF is back. I think it's back on DK. With Inhale, Sustain, and the max scaling shield that has a heal. Engage Cities is probably not back because of Koro and Onslaught.
Did you bring more wine?
So otherwise you could consider that as well. It just sucks that we have to double bar Fiddistain. Have a monster set too otherwise. Also let me show the monster set. Was it Srosmakai? It's its latest masterpiece. Wait, is there another one? Or is the one where I feature briefly? I think there's like 2-minute section for a Gironit. And we're all cheaters and scripters. Hey Bob, how you doing? Max, that feels good with Inhale. Just use Trifood. Yes, for the same reason why you want to run Bewitched. I think DDF could be really good. For the exact same reason. This is how the monster set looks like. It's any direct crit damage. And you proc it. You have a 15-second duration. You cannot proc it again until this is over. If target dies, it transfers to the next one. And now we can proc it again, because the duration run out. I wonder if you can proc it again if someone cleanses it. Do you have anyone online who'd like to test that? Because that could be interesting if you fight Wardens or Templars and they cleanse the shift debuff if you just do any direct crit damage if it procs again. Damage wise it's tarnished. I think value wise the 2% damage taken is also kinda like tarnished minor breach. But it's the old tarnished, the instant tarnished. And probably that one. Yeah, no, we watched it the other day. He did kinda sound like he was crying. 5 times in Vengeance, got your own segment in this video. Yep. You're famous now. Come through for a bit, but not too long. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't wanna do like how many hours of dueling was it yesterday? Like 5 hours or something. It was midnight when I ended stream. I just wanna test the if this can be procced repeatedly if it gets cleansed. Because then it could be a really good set. Imagine someone's cleansing all of your dots, spamming ritual, and each time they do, you get burst damage. You could even build around that entirely by doing Blake Break as well. So they cleanse, they get Blake Break proc, and then you proc the monster set as well. Then again, Blake Break, if you hit only one target, is not too great. What's your at? It's at DC MVS. You can add me. I have space here on NA. This monster set could be good, but even if that's not the case, it can be good, because if you have multiple targets, we need to somehow drop this low health. Or actually, you know what? I think there's a faster way to do that. Wait. Oh, okay, we can test it like this. So anytime one target dies, it transfers. But we're kinda stuck here in combat. I can't reset the target dummy. Fuck. Okay, actually, we can, right? No. Come on, game, please. Yeah, finally. So you could get some kind of chain reaction to go off if you drop everyone low health. One of them dies, then or the target you focus dies, and then it starts jumping around and you get burst damage every time. It's not AoE damage though, it's single target. Still, interesting set. And even for like a single target burst, it can be worth it. But yeah, it's online. Okay, let's see if that works. So I'll apply it, and if you cleanse it, then I try to apply it again, see what happens. No, there's a cooldown still, I think, 15 seconds or something. That's sad. Missed opportunity sauce. Okay, now we can proc it again, but... Let's try to get a crit here. Not getting any crits. That should have procced it, I think. So I think you proc it with heavies too, lights and heavies, any direct damage. Just on cooldown still. Yeah, now it procs. Okay, well that's all I need to test. Pets, how you doing? Except for that set, but it's missing the line saying this has a 15-second cooldown. Imagine if it had no cooldown. That would be broken. But not really. Because it says you can only have it on one target at a time. They should do it so that you... As long as you have it active, you can't like reproc it. But if someone cleanses it, then like it should just be possible to reapply it. I don't think it would be broken. Like, think of all the other strong monsters in the game. How much of a difference would that make most of the time? In like a 1v1, 1v2, 1v3? Not much, right? Wait, what is this? You wanna test with nets? I don't think it works still. Let's do... It's the same, right? Yeah, you can't reproc it there. Unfortunate. Can probably still be good though. Just as a burst set, right? Am I in combat still? Again, brings back memories. They should have come up with some unique style for it, I think. Maybe this is a placeholder. I don't know. But there was some other monster sets I didn't really test yet. They only had 3 monster sets and 1 5-piece set, right? I think that's all we get in this patch. Also, my inventory is a bit scuffed. Make Asublight great again, yeah. One of the sets that should have never been nerfed. Taken dealing dark damage grants you stack of skirmish for 10 seconds. But this one is you just lose the buff and then you have a giga debuff basically. Like sustain debuff. Unless you can keep it up forever, but it says you stop gaining stacks, so this is probably bad. I don't like the design. I mean, it's called skirmish, so... It kinda makes sense that it's supposed to work that way, but... I don't think the... Is the benefit strong enough? You get Major Force for 10 seconds from Monster Set. Major Force is pretty good. Major Force is pretty damn good. Like the build I was playing yesterday... It's like plus 10% damage on that. Basically. When it's active. But when it's not active you get the downside, so I think it should give something more than what it does at the moment. I wanna see what it looks like when it's fully stacked. Wait, did I not... Wait, am I blind? Oh, still show up. With the helmet. Oh, they're all Molakina, I see. Hey, Kamul, thank you for the sub. Thank you. See Prepat's hype? Did you play it today or yesterday? And if so, how was it? Leveling bit, I see. Just testing some sets here on PTS. Taking or dealing direct damage. So it's kinda easy to stack this. The downside is huge. Where's the stack? Oh, 5 stacks? Okay, I see. Then once you have full stacks, you have like a red glow, I guess. Oh, you can build stacks while you... Hold on. Hold on. This might be good. I had no idea. So now we have 10 stacks. You build the stacks again. What if you lose the buff and gain stacks again? So we gain the debuff. Okay, we keep the debuff. It's minus sustain, but you gain major pot, major force, and major expedition. Pretty much full uptime. Interesting. I thought you would have to wait 10 seconds before you can build it up again. But if you can have almost full uptime on the major pot and major force, you have to deal with the sustain, but that makes it better. Makes it definitely better. At max stacks you no longer gain or lose stacks of skirmish, but you do gain stacks. And you should gain stacks. That's the only time this is usable, because you get a huge downside. Just run Monomyth, but what if you want to run Sea Snail for major courage and major berserk? So you don't want to have the downsides of Monomyth. Like this could be the build I was playing yesterday. Like I would just have plus 10% damage with this one, but we already have the major protection with the ground area. So maybe not for DK, but you could run this on like any build that wants to run DDF and not the... Is that Earth Seasonal is ass? Yeah, no it is, but maybe not in duels or open world, yeah. So you could run this and what about DDF? Just this and DDF with the inhale. PP event only vengeance in campaigns by accident. Oof. Imagine. Make pets play ESO again. They've been chased by 3 ball groups having 0 counter. Yeah. I think the problem there is player mentality. These ball groups just have the mentality of let's run after the people who cannot fight back. They want to live their high school bully fantasies in an online setting. Pretty much it. So we are setting up keybinds and add-ons. Almost back to esports again. All the skills into the line that has green dragon blood. Health scaling heal might be nice on a bash build. It is a health scaling heal. GDB is Polawind, basically. If you build max health. It's really, really good. And this one is still like Coag, but has an AoE heal and minor courage now. So you can play this one as well. I haven't really tried it too much. Or you can play the damage shield, which is like the old hardened board. I think if you go max weapon spell damage with your build, you go for Coag. If you go max magic or stamina, then Volcanic Ward. If you go max health, then GDB. But yeah, I'll set up the Oh, there's one more set I want to try. But this one's interesting. I hope they keep it bugged instead of fixing it. If you have to wait 10 seconds with only the like minus regens, then that sucks, but if you can keep like almost full uptime by just being offensive or tanking people, then that's kinda interesting. Vengeance hate, so many people liked it. So maybe like people also hate it, like it's very divisive. I think it should be a thing if the player base supports it, like if there's enough people to play it, but otherwise not really. It's like, what's the point of Vengeance if the campaign's gonna be empty? Because that's kind of what happened last time, I think. But there weren't incentives to play Vengeance as well. I think that was the main issue. I'm out on the Rage Baiter. Last warning. Get your permanent screenshots. Can send them right now to SOS. Wow. You're being blackmailed. Like not having 10 mercies to solve in your recap. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of good things about Vengeance too. It's not only bad, but I can like understand why people don't like it. Man, I wish this max stam was on the 2 PS. Why does it have to be on the 4 PS? This max stam is gonna be really nice with the Inhale. Or so I thought. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Healing damage with bash or heavy attack. Okay, so you can proc this with ranged like ice heavies as well. It's a sticky dot. I think with Winter's Embrace, if you can proc shield often enough, it could be good. Only 8-second cooldown, it's not 15 like Nun attack. And you get minor brittle, which you don't always have if you do you don't always have if you do like double. It's very common on the front bar, especially with Arctic. If enemy dies, you get some sustain, and your team gets sustain, some group support. Magic and stamina to you and group members within 12 meters. Oh, and the minor battles AoE. Okay, let's see. Wait, what? Why did they all get it? Also, what is this? Oh, it's the disease proc. Right. Okay, that's kind of funny animation. What the fuck is this thing? Someone like a little Twilight? Is this dodgeable? Hold on. And try dodge all this. Who wants to dodge all? Gerent? Psych grenade? Okay, Gerent, dodge all. Or he might be FK. Ei what's palailla? Notorance, hello. Pokemon fanboy. You do summon a little Pokemon. Okay, let's see if you can dodge all the cross damage. Wait, oh no, the nets cleansed then. Okay, no nets please. Probably not dodgeable because you can cleanse it, right? Yeah, no, it keeps hitting. It's sticking for 185. But keep in mind that you... Can probably build around that a lot better with the Winter's Embrace. And it should be broken chilled. It should be broken chilled more often than Veltok. It is already broken chilled quite a lot. It's a single target dot, right? So maybe this could on Warden. Even if this damage is not super amazing here. Once you start getting the chill procs, that's a different story. Interesting. This anti new mythic on Frost Warden. Should be quite interesting. If not now, then after the Warden rework. It's this summer. Okay, let's see what we can do with the build though. I was thinking, okay, there's two options, three options. One piece magma, very obvious. There's potentates instead of the Vateshan, running potentates 3-piece there. And the third option is running Domihorse. So we're building max magic or max stamina. Max stamina in this case actually. So stam sustain should be insane if we get really high stam pool. Which means we can dodge roll a lot more, which is necessary. Because you need to dodge roll the Satin Rocks now, and if you don't build max health, then I think you need to be spamming dodge roll, right? Spam dodge roll and heal over times. Like that's how you survive, theoretically. Until you get Koro. Then when you have Koro, you have offensive window, you get full pen on Unleash, you get hemorrhaging with long duration from Disdain, full uptime on the poison, burning, you get max stats from Disdain as well, really good for the inhale sustain. This could be interesting. Also, did we do shoutouts earlier? Oh, we did shoutouts, okay. Good, good. Ultras decisive. I think here, do we go well for that then? Only some reinforcement. Ah, this should be on my stem character as well, not the Kashid. Can probably change that. Instead of making a new character, that's gonna take forever. Not that it makes a huge difference. EU enjoyer now. PTS enjoyer. I like most of the things on PTS, like the new sets are cool, the decade changes are cool. This is like the opposite of last patch. Last patch was terrible. We got nothing. We got nothing except War Mask. That was the only addition. Okay, will be a well-fitted enjoyer with this build. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think I'll run Cinders, maybe I'll destroy that. Basalt is always an option. This inventory issue is getting a bit ridiculous. Oh, what is this shell? Also destroy that. I can type. Yeah, this shouldn't be on Kashyyyk because we don't also like the crit. It's not a big deal, but the crit, the healing you get as Kashyyyk doesn't affect the shield at all. You can crit shields. You get 1k stats though. It's pretty solid. I'll still change the race on this, I think. Because we made builds for the Mac DK, so I wanna have builds for the Stem DK as well when the patch goes live. Let's try to play it as accurate as we can. And soon live, bring back True Flame. Luckily it's an organized in a way, people will probably be playing though. Yeah, I'll be playing some Zordil. Where Zordil angle. Get a little bit of healing from the Orc passive, bit of move speed, always good. There should be overall more damage. We get the stem and we get the max health, kinda same as on Kashyyyk. Kashyyyk is just kinda OP when you think about it. You get 1k of all stats, 12% crit damage, regens. Like who cares about this heal? The sprint speed. I mean, I guess sprint speed is nice, but so I think we do max sustain still. You need max sustain for the inhale. Stem sustain should be absolutely no problem. We have 34k stem before the DDF. We have off balance for the heavies. Heavies disappear on bit. Look. Saw that? I think if you weapon swap. No, now it works. They just disappear sometimes. I think it's when you block the off balance or after you block it. No, it lands there. I don't get it. Really don't get it. But this could be a funny build. Like you have all of the dots. You have the bleed after you get close. Like kinda just kite and chill. Spam dodge souls. You whip his AoE. You have AoE dots here as well with the armor buff. We'll run low on stam, for example. Spam dodge soul, you cast this, and your stam goes up like crazy. You still have to care about the dodge soul stacking cost though. So this could be an interesting stem decay idea. Wait, this... Did it change Cauterize? It's a different animation too. Didn't realize that. Both the dots. Then you go Koro here. You like knockback into whip, for example. Or you can just off balance stun. You like medium whip into. Don't need to do ice heavies either. You need to track the off balance cooldown though somehow. At least there was an add-on for that. I tried to set it up in Hyper Tools, but wasn't doable, sadly. And if sustain is an issue, it turns out that we can max sustain, for example, with use the heavy attacks and in hell. Or what you could do is you could drop the LSS, maybe not on this build though, with disdain, but you could always do like what is Sun sword on board. I don't want to make another sword on board build. I don't want to play the same kind of build on both MacDick and Stamdick. Hey, Dino, how you doing? New whip looks fantastic though. Yeah, it's great. I think most of the animations are cool. I don't like them. The new Koro also, from your point of view, it looks good. But I don't like how it looks on the opponent. I need to actually make a some forum feedback about that. Because you cannot see this AoE at all. It's just invisible for your opponent. And they don't see the, like, most of the corrosive visual. They see like some random shit on your character. It's very hard to tell if someone's in Koro or not. Yeah, maybe this is good. It's 10k plus you get the hemorrhage and you have 20-second duration on it. You kind of want to use the chains to get evasion, major berserk, extra damage on the dots. A lot of excitement for future class overhauls, 100%. I think the Warden one is going to be very interesting. Really like Warden at the moment on live, but if they can make it even better. I like my Frost Warden, I mean. Actually, it's not a Warden, it's the Stroke Dueling build. It's not even on Warden. For example, when it comes to duels, that's a fun thing to play, but... Streak has a delayed stun. Oof. Can you imagine, like, they make Saturn rocks dodgeable, and then Streak is like, if you Streak through the target, after 1 second, they get stunned unless they block. They get some aftershock or something. Wouldn't surprise me, but... I don't think it's good for the game. I think these delayed stuns, what they do is they make the class worse for 1vx or xvx. But they make it better for like single target 1v1s or xv1s. That's not really a good design, I think. Yeah, Deep Light Hayden. Animations look cool. Yeah, they do. So the whip again is the normal whip. It's powerless. And yeah, tracker for the powerless duration as well. I'll set all of that up on live. I don't wanna bother too much on PTS when things are still subject to change. But yeah, you can build this shield around max stam as well. That's kind of what we're doing here. Actually, should we... It's dark damage... Well, I could get max stam here as well. I don't know if it's a good idea. Probably not a good idea. Oh, and now we need the definitely not the block CPs. Could probably drop the celerity, but probably not a good idea. Won't be spamming damage cell that much to justify Shield Master, but Bastion for sure. Just a good CP usually. And maybe do like focused mending. Need a little bit more probability probably on this build. Or maybe just duelist rebuff. Damage reduction works on the whip and bow procs and all of that. It's probably more impactful. Just make the shield tankier. Or maybe crit resistance. I don't know which one is best here. But people usually overcap the crit. Probably duelist rebuff is the best option. But yeah, I want to check the shield size in CP environment. Or in PvP environment. 10k damage, 50 meter range, still unblockable and undodgeable, and still I can guarantee you that some Sork forum mains would find it not strong enough. Some forum Sorks would still think it needs buffs. We need to build up the DDF here. Right now it's only an 8k shield, it's not too amazing. 8.1, 34k stam. But it does have the 5.2k heal as well. We have 16 DDF stacks. Oh, right, we're missing minor vitality, because I had monomid last time. I forgot monomid gives you shield size too. Doesn't give you sustain though, like the DDF. Fully stacked? It's fully stacked. We get a 2.7k heal and 8k shield when you cast the shield. Wait, it's 14k though. Or is it the... that was the heavy attack. 8.5k shield. I don't know. We have a decent amount of magic, so the inhale sustain should hopefully be good enough still. We can spam dodge soul on this pretty much. The Velvet and the inhale. Maybe it can work. I just need to test it pretty much. I think I need to test it in on live, because this is one of those builds that can't have any delays really with CC back and roll. But Skibidi Bruma Defender has downloaded ESO and will gank you in the event. Scared? Not particularly. Not particularly. Wait, why are people talking shit about the armor buff animation? It's pretty cool. It shoots like spines out of your character. I like that. Maybe the like what you have on your back could be better, but I don't know. It doesn't seem too off to me.
Fancy a life of treasure hunting?
But anyway, what else can we test? Range decay. So you could do Koro with maybe like Asylum, Inferno and the new mythic, but I think the new mythic is bad with Koro. You get minor timidity and you kind of want to hold on to your ultimate. So you get ranged, like random status box after 170 ulti. Is this the new Magdicke or only dueling? You could play it in open world, not with Seasnail, but you would run, I think, Sane and Seducer. Or DDF. And then you run Wings backbar. Instead of the Cinderstorm. So it can maybe work in open world, but... Yeah, the build from yesterday. You could play it in open world. But it's not gonna be like the old Koro decay. Which is also something I would like to make work, but I don't know if you can. You need so much more tankiness than before.
You can do this.
If you're outnumbered. Won't get 10 stacks of Gotif in open world. That's 30 second duration. The Gotif.
Are you an adventurer?
Doesn't take too long to build the stacks. I was trying to find ways to stack it with a... use passively stack it. It doesn't proc from Shed Pain, sadly. Because that would be a very easy way to stack it. Don't think any proc set is going to work for stacking it, but... It stacks from dots at the moment, which it shouldn't. That's bugged. I tried Burning Light as well. I'm not sure if Burning Light was stacking it, because it was broken from the dots I had. But I don't know how you run Adric Spear with any of the builds I had in mind. There's no other direct damage that you can have on damage taken, right? It also didn't work with cutting defense. I can show it here. So that's naturally one of the things I tried out.
Forward, 2 steps back.
Goes like 5k without it on pure DK, probably not needed, to be honest. Yeah, you don't need it against most people. You will need it for the max burst on tanky targets, but what I worry about the most with Gotif is that people will just dodge roll, go for certain rocks, and they will do some very unpredictable random dodge roll like the less experienced players like to do, and you miss your combo. It's like a lot of build-ups just to get one kill. It's 5-meter radius on the onslaught. It's probably not gonna hit multiple targets. It's not like the old Acuity DK where you pop Koro and you can go Conti and just kill people around you for a long duration. So that's probably not gonna work. There was one thing I need to test. Also I need to show the cutting defense. There was one thing I want to test. I have it apparently. I shouldn't have it on this new build, but... have Gotif at the moment and do cutting defense damage, but it doesn't stack. Avalanche stacks though. I think Avalanche stacks from Shed Pain as well. Speaking of Shed Pain, this one has max stam on the 2 and 3. It's magic damage too, so you would poke Magic Steal from that. So if this sucks, if I don't like the Gaplow, Shane and Unleashed, I think we might just might do like the bloody contingency with the whip or something and do Shed Pain instead. Survivability as well. Although it's 1 bar set pain in that case, but could still be good. Someone dots you up, then you switch to front, they start taking a lot of damage. But I don't know. Do we have Conti V2? Can kinda test the timings. So I want to try... Nah, it's way too fast on the stun. I was wondering if you could Shut and Rocks Conti whip. There's not enough time for that. Also, is there anything I might have overlooked with Elf Bane? Because we have a lot more flame dots now. I mean, Koro gets increased, but that's pretty much the only good thing about Elf Bane, I think. Because usually you're reapplying the burning anyway and off the other dots, so really didn't feel like Elf Bane was doing too much. If it buffs some ability with some utility, that would be nice. I don't think there is any. Okay, let's try the with the Asylum stuff. Except maybe not on this character. Need to make a new one. Now I'll probably do some duels at some point. Maybe not today, but I wanna try the Unleash setup. See if it's any good. Because the idea with Unleash is that you don't need to run a BFP. And you can still get all of the stage effects. And they get full pen on all of them. Very original name. So this would be the... I guess we just make this one the Kashid. The other one can be the Stam build. We have a third tick I need to figure out, but it's probably for another day. Just try to cook up the range build for this one. Just the controls. So this is a way to get the minor vuln, minor brittle off then. Well, not minor brittle, but minor vuln without having to run any weird stuff on a Koro build. Cheaper or more radius? I think more radius always can be a status effect. Is this a firebrand build? It could be. Mythic would be a lot of damage at least. We don't get the random stage effects though. Most of the time. Unless we somehow make the Koro more expensive. So that there's time to build up the stage effects. Then when you pop the Koro you lose the random procs, but I don't know. Might not immediately for a little bit of extra status damage. Probably not 13. A better off with the monomid. Unless we do like Winter's Embrace. Can we drop Draconic Power on this? You want to run Bolt Chain? Next question. Lose 7% dot damage and AoE damage. Lose the minor brutality. The Balrog. This might be a pure DK as well. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a pure DK. Maybe 10 plus CC? I was thinking Flame Cleanse potentially, but... What if we just did... Did Major Cowardice plus free pull if it doesn't pull, or free cast. It's probably better. It's always applying the Major Cowardice now. Can't be dodge sold. Pretty solid. No whip. Some range build after all, even though we pull people. Still mostly be a range build. Inhale kinda must have. And this would probably be max stat build. Maybe Coag on this one. Or max health. No max health with the Koro. Minor curates as well, extra damage. But you don't actually get minor vitality from... Right, it's like that on live as well. You don't get minor vitality from Coag. You do get it from GDB, but GDB is terrible on live. Could pull people into Dragon Breath too, but... Not really the idea here, I think. Maybe this on the front if you do Cauterize. It's only 8 meter radius, so you probably don't want to run that on range decay. Could pull people into the snares. I feel like we need more damage than just force pulls. And we need Vigora. We have a CC spammable and some range dot would be nice. There's no good range dots though. That's the unfortunate part. Maybe like soul build with the Oblivion dot. Get all the stage effects here. Let me switch to something more chill. Not in the mood for that. You can't drop any of the decay skills. Oof. Well, guess we try structured entropy. Some extra heals. Then again, this could be like you could pull an Embers, for example, but maybe Searing Claw. We have enough heals, I think. Always do this after pull. Still a range build, but don't like it already. Feels weird. Because on live I have the blast spawns and Ricochet is cool. With Koro. Gonna have any of that burst and with Shriek. I think the wings can probably be replaced, maybe. Maybe Draconic Power in general. Let's run Shriek instead, but we lose 10% weapon spell damage and we lose the dot damage. So I don't know about that anti-sustain. Could be the other leap actually on this build. So the idea is that it should be a lot of damage, especially from the burning, if you plant the force pulse. 9% extra chance to apply it and plus 45% damage. Plus 50% now. I don't know, I'll figure that off stream, I think. Let's do the tier list. I think we have the DLC classes left. That's about it. I don't know if I'm still streaming even. It's kinda unclear, but at least it's gonna be recorded. Okay, so we did Templar last time, I think. Did all the base game classes. And I think we did Warden as well, right? Except it didn't save the Warden apparently. Need to check the previous tier list. Was earlier here. Yeah, I did vote and still save for some reason. Just kind of copy pasta it here, I guess. Have it on the other monitor. Oh, hardcore player, thank you for the follow. Thank you. So I am still streaming. Okay, I wasn't sure. It's been kind of quiet for a bit. Bird of Prey I had in... Hold on, this needs to move up here somehow. Or I can zoom out. So I can drag it. That works. I think Bird of Prey was... it was B tier. Just gonna quickly try to speedrun this. Sucks that it didn't save. A lot of warden skills here actually. Lupeti S tier. It's firmly in C tier. Wait, Diff is in S tier. Really? Taking the word on the other screen. Well, I guess it was low S tier. I wasn't sure if it was high A tier or low S tier. So this was here. Was this F tier or D tier? It's very low D tier. Oh, was here kind of high D tier. Low C tier. Poland was B tier or C tier? C tier, B tier. Wow, can track it. Low A tier for this one. Wait, no, this is the unmorphed one. Or is it? No, this is the other morph. It's the worst one. Where did I put this one? This was... Yeah, hey, hardcore player, how you doing? And Saran, hello. Remind you of both the main character and actor from Gladiator. Wait, really? Russell Crowe? Well, I'll take that as a compliment, thank you. Great movie, great movie. I suspect your beard is sentient. I suspect that too sometimes. It's very unruly at times. Kinda points to directions I don't like it to point. So I'm just trying to fix the tier list at the moment. I forgot to save it, so I have my board open on the other monitor and just trying to remember where everything was. Oh, this one was in B tier apparently, next to Soul Siphon. This is the terrible morph that they definitely need to buff. It's not growing a beard. Best not paying rent, how much money it's depending. Yeah, all the beard oil and shampoo. I know all too well. The struggle. Green Lotus C tier. Next to what used to be Draw Essence. Like this skill went from C tier to fucking S tier. It's crazy. And the other morph too. The other morph was that's the one with the more damage, which is actually the worst morph now. That was, I think, it was in a bad skill line. It was a decent skill. Deep at B tier. Went from B tier to, that's probably like A tier. Like high A tier, or maybe also S tier, not sure. Just doesn't have the heal. Healing ticket is the one that restores ulti. It's actually the worst morph, I think. Or is it? Maybe this one is the, because I ranked this higher apparently in my tier list. No, I need to Google that. want to make sure that I didn't put the wrong more fire. Because I thought Ticket was the ulti return one. Oh, no, it wasn't. Okay. Just have the potato memory, I guess. So this is the better move. Still low A tier. Blitzing ones I had kinda high. Trail is a little bit lower. Lotus Poly, I put it in B tier. Yeah, next to Shadow Image. Bar process. I have one in my room, I would show it otherwise. Need to buy a new one though. That one's gonna spin through a lot. I can minimize that now. Shooting spores. Can put this kinda high. Arctic. This has to be either A tier or S tier. I think I'll put it high A tier. I get a YouTube ad on a post video. That's crazy. Yeah, Arctic up there. Crystal Slab Poly kinda similar. Ei assossaiden. But I think after the 10-year break, Somerset, where should you start? Used to be pretty serious before, PP especially. Been MP several times, want to get back into PP ASAP. Hopefully without getting wrecked. Oof, you have a lot of, well, not really catching up in terms of like grinding to do, but they added subclassing and a bunch of other systems. Somerset, that was before Red's Vitality and Rallying Cry. There are some sets that are really good, like the ones I just mentioned. I think probably the easiest way to get gear for new builds is either crafting Red's Vitality and buying Rallying Cry from traders, or you get the new Elite Torque Mythic, which is a really good one. That's a mythic that disables all of your other items, and you can just have the mythic slotted, and you have a pretty good build with that. Best in slot for some builds. Other than that, there are there's almost an infinite amount of combinations, so it kind of depends on what class you play for PvP. Don't know if you mentioned that. Scribing subclassing, yeah, they added a lot. They're doing a full decay rework for the next patch. Max Stam Decay, Stam Warden. I see. You can have good builds with Torque, but for Decay, I have a website with really good builds for pretty much any playstyle. I have Stam Decay, Mac Decay, Range Decay, kind of like a Brawler Decay as well. On Stam then I have a pretty special build, not sure if I would... I mean, it works well in BDs, but it's not the most typical build. Not trying to build around the class set on that one. But it's a fun build as well. And I have a Bomber Warden as well. Or a Stem Warden. McKnight Bomber. Also got that. You probably want the new class set. The added class sets. You probably want that from Infinite Archives if you want to do Nightmare Bombing. Stemblade, Shed Pain, and if you want to play Invis, depends on what you want to play. But the meta nowadays is to not run Invis. Most people run around with Restoring Light and Animal Companions, and they time the bow proc with Shulks. It's kind of the typical thing you see on Nightblade. Works very well in duels, kind of mixed results in 1vx or xvx, but if you want to play with Invis, that's a different approach. I would recommend the Stemblade build I have. Is Essence a good set for Decay or Warden? It's really good in dueling, Essence in general. You can use it on pretty much any dueling build, but it kind of falls off in open world, because the minigame becomes very often impossible. But it's a good dueling set. Maybe not for DK next patch. Right now, yes, you can run it, but next patch, it's probably not necessary with the Inhale. People talk about some Mac DK rework happening soon. What is that about? They changed everything, almost. The visual effects are a lot more modern on DK, on PTS. They changed the like the buff whip damage, for example. The other move also is AoE now and has more uptime on the powerless, and they changed Inhale, so it's a really good sustain skill. Goes from like, where do I have it? B tier to S tier. It's probably better than Ductile and Siphoning. Actually, just restores 15% of your missing resources 3 times, so instantly, and then after 2 seconds, and again after 2 seconds. So they buff DK like crazy. They change the passives too, so that this incentivizes subclassing, which is really good. Subclassing really was not a good thing for the game. But DK on the PTS, you actually don't want to subclass on most builds, which is really good. You have the option to subclass, like you can still do that, but you're most of the time best off just playing mono DK. What set can you recommend to farm fast on DK? At 5 years break, got the Rallying Cry set, but think it's outdated. No. Rallying is never gonna be outdated. Like, Rallying is just an insanely good set. You could farm, I mean, you can craft Acuity. Acuity DK is very solid. Null Arca is good on Acuity DK in particular. It's a trial set. What else? You had a 5 years break. You could farm the class set is good on DK. Firebrand, if you want to play Morphe dot build. Firebrand's really good. And it depends on what you want to do as well. Open world PGs, dueling, group play, like, it depends. But there are some really good new sets. They're adding another really good 5-piece in the next patch. Some open world. Okay, for open world on DK, you wanna go. You want to subclass at the moment. Next patch, maybe not, because you have a really good mobility skill with wings on DK. They change wings entirely, so you get major expedition, ensnare and root removal, 50% range damage reduction, and a CC when you cast wings. It's like a knockback around you. So you probably don't necessarily need a ball of lightning on DK, but right now you want to subclass kind of. Why do you skip subclassing for now? Stick with your base class. I mean, you can do it. You are weaker at the moment without subclassing on almost any character. But it will change next patch on, like, at least in the case of DK. I think other classes still want to subclass though. So they rework DK first in next patch, and this summer is going to be Warden and Sork later this year. It's really like extensive reworks as well. So I would imagine all of them will be like DK, where you kind of feel like you don't want to subclass most of the time, which is good. In terms of leveling, got the full set with training on it for the XP gain. That's still good. Yes, also if you do Writs, if you have any, like, they made Writ stacks, so it's a bit easier to have inventory space for them. But if you have any Writs, any master Writs, you can save those and pop an XP scroll, and then slot off the skill lines that you want to level if you want to level those. And then you turn in the Writs. There's an add-on for that called Writworthy. It's usually what I do with if I need to level something, but if you don't have the writs, then what you probably want to do is just farm BRP with the training. Subclass to Warden. You can subclass to Warden, yeah. Kinda depends on the build, but for open vault, what you usually want to subclass to is Stormcalling and Sork. You get Shriek and Ball of Lightning. Like the best abilities in the game at the moment. Kind of wanna lean towards that for open world. In BTs you don't always need that because you have your team right, and it's kind of limited on like how many people you can have on you, but in Zordale, if you have a ball group running after you, for example, you need Streak or Ball of Lightning to survive that. Just the state of the game right now. Okay, let's see. Is this correct? I didn't mess up anything. Oh, this is the unmoved one. It's the unmoved one. Where's Crystal Slab? Did I move it here? No, I didn't move it yet. We're doing a tier list right now, just ranking all the abilities in the game. No, I did the Warden last time, but I need to do it again, so I forgot to save it apparently. It's weird. What weapons would you choose? Correct as 2 1H maces and rest of stuff. Some videos they playing with 2H mace, think that should be a good option. I would not recommend 2H mace usually. 2H is an option for back power or front power if you run Rush of Agony, if you want to run TT gap loss. Or if you run Watersun 2H, then you can run Valley on like Nightblade for example, but most of the time you want to run dual build. You get more damage out of dual build. The passives provide more damage. Okay, so I had Crystal Slab in here apparently. Shimmering next to it. So next patch, for example, I'm gonna put Polawind where it belongs here, but next patch DK gets a Polawind with Green Dragon Blood. It's a huge impact already. It's the strongest heal at the moment, or one of the strongest heals. I think Offering's better, but you get a lot of really good stuff on DK. But when it comes to what weapons on dual build, usually depends on build. If you run Assassination, if you play a burst build, usually Access, but it depends on your build. So if you have like not a lot of pen on your build and low crit sense, then Maces might be still better, but it's very dependent on what kind of build you play. And there are even some cases where you want to run swords. If you run a corrosive DK, for example, and your crit sense is low, then swords over access in that case. Okay, so this was here. When it was, have tried it out. Stick on Rallying Cry for a few days till you know what build you should play. Rallying is always a solid option. Have it on quite a few builds at the moment, I think. Have it on some PTS builds too, so it's not gonna change next patch. Still gonna remain one of the strongest 5-piece sets. Gives you durability and damage. Okay, I think we almost have this fixed. Can start doing the necro skills soon. Gripping shots I had next to piercing mark. It noticed one was probably 8 here. Need to move that. Nice fortress here and sit here. Yeah, the next to crystal weapon apparently. It's like around here. Okay, I think we fixed it. Finally. I wonder if there's a way to move these down as categories, because I can't move the skills any higher. I can move it like that, but it doesn't always work. Anyway, we have the necro skills today. So, Bone Tyrant, let's start with Agony Totem. It's the move that gives us synergy. That's a placed on your character, stuns every 2 seconds. As an ability, it's not that terrible, I think. It is a kind of like an area denial. Synergy for team is always nice. It's just in a bad skill line, and you don't usually have bar space for it. But I would put it like down, low B tier, I think. It's down here. I would increase the radius, like they did with the Cinderstorm. I think that could make it decent. Or maybe it could do some damage, like it could radiate damage around the totem. That could be a good change. But I like the stun every 2 seconds design. It's like encouraging opponents to not step in the area. Beckoning armor is terrible. There's a very good way to fix it, but it is a. I think honestly, it's an F tier ability. Or it does give a corpse now, I think. Or is it only the other morph? It might only be the other morph, actually. No, it's also this one, but I still think it's either F tier or very low D tier. Because there are some cases where you can maybe like throw people and pull them, but they get free CC with them. So I would put it F tier for that reason. You're actually helping your opponents very often. So maybe around here. It doesn't do any damage when it pulls. I think what they should do is they should put the pull on cooldown, but make it not give CC with them. So when you take range damage, it will pull the opponent. It would trigger a, let's say a 7-second cooldown per target, or maybe longer. It could be like 10 seconds or something. So you could pull a target every 10 seconds. And similar to Rush of Agony, it would not give CC with him. So you could actually run this and combo it. And it would have counterplay of just your opponent not doing range damage to you. I think that would be way better design. Play with Dualt, what second weapon would you choose for weapon swap? Depends on build, but for general would you stick on Resto Stuff or is that bad? Resto Stuff on DK with Koro is good, but otherwise it's bad. You want to run Ice Stuff. Ice Stuff is the meta. Ice Stuff with LSS. You want to run the passive as well that gives you a damage shield when you do the ice heavies. So when the damage shield breaks, it actually blocks the other passive from ESO stuff. I can show it here. So you want to run a Trifocus, and you also get extra sustain from it. Because the damage shield from that counts for this passive as well. So you get additional magic back. And a lot of tankiness. With just 16k health, it's a 5.2k shield, or 2.6 in PvP, but normal build you probably get like 6 to 7k mitigation. Very, very, very strong. No problem. Bitter Harvest is the base morph, right? Yeah, because you have Necrotic Potency is the right. It's the base morph, base morph, base morph, a Dead and Bane. I really would like to like Dead and Bane. I do run it on the Bass build. It's clunky. That's the main issue. I think I'll rank it around the same as Repentance. The problem is that you can refresh it if you get like additional corpses. If you have a long duration Dead and Bane that gives you the major protection and the heal over time, you're gonna refresh it with a shorter duration one. Why? Why Sos? Why is that a thing? I think this should be reworked, or you should be allowed to just build up on the timer if you have corpses nearby. It should, like, the buff should disappear if you... Okay, here's how it should work. The Dead Bane should always be gaining duration when you cast it. But the buff should disappear if you go through a loading screen, so it can be abused with like lots of target dummies and that kind of nonsense. But I think if you drain corpses, it should add to the timer. Then, like, once you get out of fight, it probably runs out, because you don't have any corpses, but in fight, I think you should be casting this, and it should be just a permanent effect, basically. The heal over time and the major protection. I think that's how this should work. They can keep the morph effect the same, so you get a longer duration heal and major prot based on corpses, but I would just make that little change, and this skill would be a lot better, I think. It's like if you had a lot of corpses, you could have a really, really long duration on it. Could be good. Corelia, thank you for the raid. Thank you. How was your stream? Welcome everyone. We're doing a tier list for necro abilities right now. Hope you had a good stream. We're on PTS earlier and testing some stuff. Did 1 BG, but that's all I did on live server today. Hey Stickstico, how you doing? And hello Corelia. Hope you had a good stream. Empowering Grasp, this is the verse morph, right? It's the one that gives empower, useless in PvP. I think they should rework this ability. Oh, no, this is the damage... No, that's Ghostly Embrace. Yeah, this is the one that... this is the one that just grants empower and major maim, but it does no damage. It's kinda bad. I don't know how I would change that though. Senko, how you doing? It was fun. Chat gets so angry when you don't eat. Running to get some food, Jesse. Hey, enjoy food. And thank you again for the raid. RVS, how you doing? Hello. You know which dungeon drops a good ice stuff? Would be nice to know if that you can find any locations, can't craft, I think. Really depends on the build. Like, you can craft really good ones, you can buy really good ones. Like, Rallying Cry is usually really good back bar set. You can craft Brett's Vitality ice stuff, for example. I think Rush of Agony can be good on back bar if you want to play a bomber. Rush of Agony ice stuff. But Waterstone ice stuff, very popular in duels. Some of them... It really depends on the build. Will you play some PP later? Maybe not today. I played PP earlier. I spent a lot of time on the PTS, but probably tomorrow, next PP stream. I'll try to do more BGs tomorrow. I did just one today. Red Fox, how you doing? Yeah, see you later, Corelli. Thank you for lurking. But you can also buy one. Yeah, there's a lot of sets you can just buy or craft in ESO that are really powerful. Where would I rank Empowering Grasp? It's probably one of the worst abilities in the game, probably F tier. So you don't get root or snare or anything with this one, if I recall correctly. Or does it still root people? No, it's still roots, but I don't know. I don't think it's F tier. If you get snares and roots and major meme, it's not F tier at that point, but they should probably revamp this ability. What I would do is make this a still like low D tier. This should be kind of like some delayed burst ability that summons like a skeletal hand from the ground, and you can keep the snare and the root perhaps on it. Maybe replace major main with some damage instead, or maybe keep the major main and have it do damage as well. But the main problem is that it's very clunky. It's like very delayed. It's like circles that jump forward basically when you cast the skill. It's very easy to avoid those. But yeah, they could redesign this entirely. Oh, you know what would be cool? Hey Ryan, how you doing? You know what would be cool? What if this summoned a hand, like skeletal hand from the ground, and it chained you into an area? Like you could get out of the area, but then you would take a lot of damage or something. You'd get some gigadot if you left the area. It would like snare you and maybe like some kind of pull towards the center or something like that. It's not just a snare, but also a pull. But not like a just yoink, you're instantly there, but like a small, kind of like a current driving it towards the middle of the area. That would be cool, I think. Would be unique as well. And maybe in that case you don't need to give it damage, but that skill needs something. It's just not very interesting right now. Base morph. So Ghostly Embrace is the other morph. The other morph is better. It does frost damage. It's an AoE. Actually, if you hit all of these circles, it does pretty good damage, especially with Winter's Embrace. So it's definitely higher. It's C tier though. Probably like around here. If this was in a different skill line, like in the damage skill line, you could maybe run it with Winter's Embrace. Like it would be usable. Actually, is it even C tier? Maybe it's like low B tier. But it requires Winter's Embrace to be worth it. 100% requires Winter's Embrace. What would I do? Like, look at the icon. It should be like the other one. Like, this one should be just like an AoE from below the target. And this one should be, if you land it, then it should chain the target and maybe pull the target towards you instead. Like, slowly pull the target towards you for X seconds. So kind of like not a snare, but reverse snare. Like, you go backwards. But you could, like, sprint and outrun it, or something like that. if you landed the circles, they could keep the rest of the skill how it is. Something like that could be cool. So some cool mythics, those taking long to farm. Depends. The first mythic you get, the lead that you need for it is higher chance to drop. But some of them can be time consuming. If it requires like a trial lead or something that you need a group for. But it's not too bad usually. It's not too bad. Unless you get unlucky. Hungry Sight is the Magicamorph. I think the Magicamorph is worse than the Stem one. I think they're both bad, by the way, these side skills. But they would be better if they were in a different skill line. It's kind of like Brawler, but with more radius. It heals based on max health, and you get a heal all the time afterwards. But where would I put this? Poly C tier. Actually, can I put Dead and Pain here and Ghostly Embrace in B tier? No, I think this is a B tier ability, but it should be better. Let's put it there. Hungry Sight, I think C tier, and maybe the other morph is B tier. Still is based off solo PvP? No, just PvP in general. That's why we have expensive Frost Cloak here, because it's good in group play, right? Same with Igneous Weapons, how it is on live. How it is on PTS, it probably goes up, but it's not the live server abilities. So, like dueling, group play, open world, BGs, it's all accounted for. Necrotic Potency, this is the worst morph. It's also why we need to have the Dead and Pain in B tier. Maybe not that high in B tier, maybe here with like Flameless. But the Necrotic Potency is worse. You don't get as much uptime on Major Protection and the heal. You get more ulti per cast, but it should be more to be worth it. Like, you don't get the strong defense of Dead and Pain. So I think that puts it in C tier. Maybe like high C tier, around here. And I would make this one... maybe they should redesign this. Just make it give you ultimate every... Actually, no, that would be OP. Just redesign it like Dead and Pain, where if you drain more corpses, you get more... you refresh the duration or add to the duration of the skill. Because you want to cast this very often with the extra ulti you gain. I think I was gonna say like if you gain ulti every second while it's active, but then it's probably too OP. Maybe they could increase the radius on this one, on top of the getting more ultimate. So you get 6 ulti from this one. This one's 2 ulti, I think. Double duration and 2 ultimate per cast. And this was 6 ultimate. I think more ultimate per like amount of corpses you have nearby would also be OP in PvE. You could just perma ult. In PvP it would be balanced, but would be broken in PvE. So they can't do that. So I would probably just make the duration referenceable. That's about it. Or that you could add to it. Pummeling Goliath. Okay, this one is really, really good. But is it S tier good? It's really good in open world. In duels you don't really run Bone Tyrant, I think. On bash builds, but... I think it's like high A tier, if not not S tier as an ultimate. Like if you ignore the skill line it's in, if you ignore everything else, as an ability, I think Pummeling Goliath is easily S tier. You do have to build around it though. Only put it here. Telemorph is also good. It's not corrosive. Like corrosive is more, it has more use cases and it's more flexible. I would say it's an S tier ulti. And I wouldn't change it. I think it's fine. Oh, and we have the Automorph. Automorph is also S tier. So what you can do with the Automorph is it's really good on healer. It's probably a bit more flexible than Pummeling Goliath, but I think the max power you get from this one is better for open world and BGs than what you gain from Ravenous, but you still want to run Ravenous. Like many troll tank builds and also on healer. It's just Giga with things like Polovin. Definitely S tier. Definitely S tier. A remote totem next. So this one is worse than the other one, I think. The other one has more duration. But this one you can cast from range, but you have a, I think, better synergy on this totem, right? Or you have a synergy, you just don't have it on the other one. I forgot about the major coverage, you also get that nowadays. Minor protection. I just visited damage in the radius as well, and the radius was a little bit bigger. But yeah, this one is just the same without the synergy. And usually if you want to cast the totem, you want to cast it where you are. And this one's a lot less conky. And you don't need to cast it as often. So I think remote totem is probably C tier, but it's not that far behind. It's probably like around here. As an ability, it's not terrible. Sight, this is better than the max sight. Does more damage, applies guaranteed hemorrhaging. Guaranteed hemorrhaging and puts the target off balance. Actually, everyone off balance and AoE off balance. As an ability, I think it's up here. But again, it's a bad skill line. I think they should still buff this one, make it do more damage. That would be nice. Damage could always be a little bit better. Could be a little bit cheaper. It's a bit easier to use this as spammable. It's kind of how you want to use it usually. What else would I change? Otherwise it's fine. I think the radius is alright with 7 meters. It's a bit more than Brawler. Just more damage. It's fine. Summoner's Armor. It's just a better armor buff, but still, I mean, it gives you minor resolve as well. It kind of allows you to skip vigor if you want to. It's more duration than the other one. Is it B tier? It's not B tier, I think. What do we have in B tier? It's better than Ice Fortress. It also gives you a corpse as well, or a Dead and Pain. I think it's a B tier armor buff. Probably like around here. But yeah, so far it's only the that's the last one, right? Only the ultimates that are good, like A tier or S tier. Sort of like all right abilities, but I think they need to redesign the skill line or move over some power from Gravelord or Living Death to this one. Also lots of kind of terrible abilities as well. Okay, Gravelord is the strongest Necro skill line. Although Living Death is also not bad, but Living Death would be good if Restoring Light wasn't a thing. It's the funny thing. Avid Boneyard, this is the one that gives you a self-synergy. This automatically has to be lower than Lightning Flood. Lightning Flood is the same with more radius and more damage. You do get a heal from Boneyard synergy, but it is less damage. You get a heal from just using a synergy in the first place from the Undaunted passive. So I think this one is probably a, like, maybe even, I don't know, I think it's worse than the armor buff. It's probably like around here. I think the base morph of the skill should apply major breeds. It shouldn't be only on one of the morphs. And I think the radius should be increased too, same as Lightning Flood. Make it 8 meters, major breeds. And then the synergy that was less damage than Lightning Flood. And maybe it's worth running, but they should probably redesign the whole corpse mechanic. Because this gains power if you use a corpse, but it doesn't affect the synergy. It's only for the crown dot, which is kind of weak in the first place. Hey, Mr. Body, how you doing? What class do you think is going to be best of the update 49? Decay. Definitely Decay. Decay is very strong on PTS right now. Doesn't mean the other classes will be unplayable, but I think you'll probably want to subclass into at least one Decay skill line on a lot of builds now. I had an idea about the corpse mechanic, like how they should rework it, but I kind of forgot. Oh, it was like the amount of corpses should empower your ability more. So if you have like multiple corpses, the Boneyard should consume all of them, and based on how many corpses you drain, it should just be more and more powerful, or offer some powerful buffs. Kind of like how Dead and Pain works. It just drains all of the corpses, and you get heal over time based on how many you drain. It should be the same with the other ones too, where it just drains all the nearby corpses, and maybe the dot should be buffed up to a cap, so it's not completely broken in PvE, but that would open a lot more options. So I think that should be also a thing, on top of buffing the radius and the giving it major breeds. I think that should be a thing. Just make the dot hit really hard if you consume a lot of corpses. Because when you consume the corpses, you also make sure that you have to make choices then. Like, do you consume the corpses with Graveyard, or do you consume them with the Dead and Pain, or some other ability that they could buff, like the Tethers, for example. So I think that's a good approach they could take. I think that you mean Decay was going to try Necro with subclassing. What's your thoughts? Necro with subclass. I mean, you can do Ardent Flame. That's what I do on live at the moment. You can still do it on like in next patch. I do Stormcalling and Ardent Flame with Gravelord. It's pretty strong on Stamcro. But yeah, I don't think a lot changes really. Like, maybe you want to opt for some Decay skill, and maybe you want to build around like Koro plus Gravelord, because now you buff the dots as well with the Koro, and you get more dot damage from Gravelord. that could be an option. The Steelers have learned a lot new to ESO. Hey, my pleasure, my pleasure. So we'll be on YouTube as well. At some point I have the Templar, Nightblade and Warden to upload still. Blighted Blast Bones. Now this is a really, really good ability. Where would I rank it? I would rank Blighted Blast Bones slightly above Sharks, personally. Not a lot, it's like very, very close. But it's just so much more fluid to combo. Cast Blast Bones and then you Shriek or Satin Rocks at the moment, but... I mean, you can still do that next patch, actually. Because you force a dodge roll, and Blast Bones can be dodge roll. If you do Blast Bones into Satin Rocks, for example. But Blast Bones Shriek, one of the strongest combos right now. Blast Bones Arctic Blast, also really good. I think they both can be comboed very well, but... I won't change Blast Bones, I think they're fine. As they are. Detonating Siphon, this is the worst one. This one has a, like when it runs out, there's an explosion around the corpse, but it's very short radius. I think this poly F tier. Like not only is it clunky to reapply, because you need a corpse, right? But the secondary effect is also weak. It is more damage than Vampire's Bane in like duels, for example, which is the only place where you really run tethers. But it's let's put it D tier, like low D tier. Gives you 3% damage while slotted, but not a good ability overall. I would make this give you crit sense for being slotted, similar to Flames Oblivion and Bowproc and Armaments and so many other skills. You shouldn't need to cast it to have the crit buff. And I think similar to how I just mentioned the Graveyard should work, I think this one should tether all of the corpses near you. Not just one, like you don't need to like clunkily try to target the corpse, but just cast the ability and if there's any nearby corpses, bam, there's multiple tethers on you. And after the buff runs out, or after the tether runs out, they could shorten the duration to like 5 seconds perhaps on the tether, since you don't need to cast it for the crit buff. The duration could be like 5 seconds, but once it runs out, boom, all of the corpses explode. Kind of like how the one corpse explodes at the moment with this. They just all just go boom. That could be really cool. It won't be OP in PvE, because you would need a lot of corpses in like one spot, right? And there would be a 5-second timer. And in PvP you have counterplay, you just don't stay near corpses if you're fighting a Necro. It could be like corpse explosion. That would be really cool. Like this ability has so much potential if it was designed properly. And if the corpse mechanic was designed properly. Right now it's just a low D tier. I need some water, I'll be right back. Hey Amal, how you doing? One sec. Okay, we're back. Too much yapping. Need some water. Is that what Corpse Burster does? Not exactly. Corpse Burster has a cooldown. You can't explode multiple corpses with the same cast. As 5-meter radius around the corpse usually doesn't land on anyone. But if you could explode multiple corpses with the tether, that would be a lot better. because you would have to use specifically this ability, there would be a 5-second timer. Because once you cast the ability, it just tethers everything. You can't like recast it to break the tethers. You'd have to wait, and then like all the corpses explode. And your opponents would have to find a spot where there's like no corpse, and then they don't get hit. That could be really cool, I think. Maybe 5 seconds is too long even. Like it could be 4, could be 3. There's probably some way to balance it. I think Corpse Buster also should be larger radius, by the way. It should be 8 meters to be worth it in PvP. People don't use it in PvP because the radius is too short. It's just really frustrating to try to land it. It's used in PvE because the 5 meter radius doesn't really matter. You fight some static boss, it's not gonna move away from your corpses and usually land it. Okay, Colossus. Colossus is a good ulti. Glacial Colossus is the better morph if you run Winter's Embrace. It's more duration on the major villain. But how good of an ulti is this? Would I put it over Tether? I think so, a little bit. It's not an S tier ulti. I don't think it's as good as Goliath. For example, because you get this raw ability and the anti-damage, right? On both of them, actually. But I would say it's high A tier. Both of the morphs. Really good for bombing in particular. But not the only option for bombing. I would not change Colossus, I think. Or actually, you know what? If they wanna build Necro more around the corpse mechanic, they could make each slam of Glacial Colossus create a corpse. That could be cool. Or maybe both morphs. Because the other one applies diseased. And this was more duration on the major villain. It's only better if you have Winter's Embrace. Just build more around the corpse mechanic. Gravel's Sacrifice. It's not D tier, but it's not really good either. Usually you want to run Stamina Blast Bones. This one gives you more damage on dots and Necro class abilities. And it creates a corpse when you cast it, but... This might be really good after they rework Necro. If you have more Necro abilities that are worth sorting. If you have more like good passives in these like terrible skill lines. If you spread out the damage and the healing between multiple skill lines, I think Gravel's Sacrifice could be good. But right now it's probably... It's probably like low C tier, right? I don't think it's B tier. I've tried it on quite a few builds. It's a bit disappointing. Hey Windholm, how you doing? More rest. But yeah, I don't think it needs a redesign, it just needs a better Necro toolkit to buff missed PTS shenanigans. Yes, I was just testing some dot setups and didn't really do any dueling or anything. Tried some timings and kind of boring stuff. Didn't really miss anything. It's a funny new item set, like the mod set that does frost damage over time. It's almost like a little Twilight that spits at the target. It's a funny animation. But yeah, I think this is here in C tier, but it could be better. It could be better. Actually, you know what? I think this should give you a heal. I think this should give you a heal after the skeleton dies and sacrifices itself. I think it should create a corpse, and it should give you like a maybe not a burst heal, but like half a burst heal or something like that. So the casting of this ability has an impact, similar to like how you cast the Stamina Blast Bones. Like that has an impact. Like just this skill just being a buff is kind of boring. Just give it a small heal and then it's maybe decent. Mystic Siphon, this is the better morph. It gives you sustain while it's active. I would say this is low B tier, because the sustain is quite a lot better. Only for duels, by the way. Only for duels. And I wouldn't put it that low in B tier either. Actually, as an ability... No, as an ability it's bad. only run it because you run Gravelord and you need the crit buff and you need the tripods. That's the only reason you run Siphon, really. But it is better than the other morph, so maybe see there. Maybe like here. You run it because you have to, basically. You get damage by having it slotted, and then you play the clunky corpse minigame, but similar to what I mentioned with this one, it should just siphon all of the corpses nearby. And I think the sustain you get should be based on how many corpses you're siphoning. Like this one could be corpse explosions, and this one could be really strong sustain skill, plus the major crit. Similar to how they buff DK sustain with the inhale, they could buff necro sustain and make it based on how many corpses you're draining. Like how you're utilizing the corpse mechanic as a necromancer. That could be cool. So like if you drain one corpse, if you have one corpse when you activate this, then you get almost nothing. But if there's a lot, then it's like your resources just go back to full, basically. I think that would be really cool. You could have like a really strong damage alternative here with the explosions instead. So Pestilent Colossus, probably next to... It's a little bit more versatile than Glacial, so I'll rank it higher. But I think they both should just create a corpse when they slam, and it's like enough of a buff to maybe put it like from here to here. But it's not like 100% necessary, it's fine if they don't change that. A Ricochet School. There are a lot of people who would place this in F tier or D tier. I think Ricochet School is high B tier. I think it's definitely... Where did I rank Burbs? C tier. I think this one is high B tier. And yes, better than Haunting Curse, I'd say. This ability, every third cast is an 8 meter AoE with plus 50% damage, basically live server whip, stacked whip, damage wise. Almost same damage as the blast bones. And you can kinda land it with Shriek if you subclass. Hits really hard, especially with things like Koro. Combined with blast bones, you can do blast bones into stack Ricochet Skull, sort of AoE damage. I think it's a B tier ability. And I would increase the radius from 8 meters to 10 meters, maybe then it's A tier of the Ricochet. Maybe speed up the animation a little bit. It's a little bit slow when it's flying. I wouldn't make it undodgeable or anything like that. But it's not bad. Skelter Arcanist, this is the worst one. Like AoE shock damage, but it's kinda low damage. Creates a corpse, you have to cast it kinda often. Where would I put this? Is it B or C tier? For solo build, you would run it over Igneous. If you didn't need the minor brutality from that. Or you would run the other move. I think this one is like here-ish. How could they change this? They could... It's untargetable, right? What if you summon 3 of them? What if you summon 3 skeletons and they would shoot at random locations? They could reduce the damage, but once the ability runs out, you would create multiple corpses instead of just one. Do you know have any abilities that create multiple corpses right now? If there was at least one, that would be interesting. Just keep in mind that you have to wait for it to run out to get a corpse, or you recast it when it has half duration left. So you can only do that every 10 seconds. But they could revamp this and make it like multiple skeletons instead of one. Would be very necromancer theme as well, where you create an army of undead. I think that could be a solid rework. Hey Okui, how you doing? First hard than the set those. Okui, did you see my onslaught cook from yesterday? Made a funny build on PTS. So much broken shit there. Skeletal Archer, on the other hand, they could just increase the damage of this one. So if this one is multiple, then this one could still be just one. But maybe it would... maybe just increase the damage it does. Right now it's better though. Right now it's better than the other move. Or like... Low B tier, this has more duration and group buff, so we'll rank it higher. I would say it's a low B tier weapon spell MS buff. Maybe not that low. Let's put it here. More damage is kind of boring though, but that's the only idea I have. We have Unnerving Boneyard. This is the major breach move. This has to be C tier, but where in C tier? I think if this morph also gets the major beats, I think this one should be more radius. Should just be more radius than the other one. The other one gives you a synergy, and this one is like, instead of 8 meters, this should be 8 meters, not 6. Instead of 8 meters, this could be like 12 meters, and all of the corpses inside the graveyard would empower it, similar to how the other one would work. So the radius would have extra value. Maybe like 10 meters or 12 meters. Could be interesting. But yeah, right now probably... I mean, it's better than Reaper's Mark. Probably around here. Could be a lot more fun. A Venom Skull. I run this on my Stemcro. I think it's worse than Ricochet Skull. You can use it more often, but it's more face single target option. It's not a lot worse, but I think Ricochet is most of the time better. You're fighting all the time, but in duels like this one obviously goes above Ricochet Skull, but you probably wouldn't run Venom Skull in duels. That's the Gravelord. It's the strongest skill line. We had some high value abilities here. The passives are also good. The Blast Bones and the Colossus. Skull underrated. Living Death. Animate Blast Bones. This used to be super funny back in days, but nowadays it's gonna fallen off. It's really expensive. Where would I rank this? I think they should rework this. They probably will rework the Necro skill lines, or well, they will because they've said they would, so that all of the skill lines will have damage, healing, and tanking. And I think this ultimate should have a damage morph and just rest teammates morph. And I think this should be the damage one. So maybe instead of resting teammates, you would just rest any corpse nearby and it would work as it does right now. But they should reduce the cost. They should reduce the cost on this morph. Right now, as an ulti, where would I rank it? They should also increase the radius. It's kind of annoying to land. Maybe increase the cap as well. allow more blast spawns to be summoned. Or maybe there could be a cap of blast spawns that you can raise, and then the rest would be like skeletal archers or something. That could be interesting too. I can like give you a mix of things that you summon from the corpses, not just blast spawns. Kind of like what's it called? The rest ulti. To them off, I forgot the name. It's been ages. Life Giver, yes. Kind of like Life Giver, but for necro skills. So you'd summon the archers and blast spawns and maybe the ghost as well. You'd get some healing as well. That could be cool. Just rename it to Animate Dead, not just blast spawns. It still has potential. People just don't run Living Death really as a skill line. Like in its current form, you can still kind of bomb people sometimes with it, but I would say most of the time it's probably worse than Atros. Probably put it like kind of low C tier. Or just D tier. We have Permafrost there. I don't think it's Permafrost bad. Low C tier. Blood Sacrifice. This, if you have a corpse, you heal a nearby target as well with your burst heal. But the burst heal is really bad. It gives you minor defile. And it's kinda expensive. It's probably one of the worst heals in the game. Especially this morph. Where would I put it? D tier, I think. Kinda low D tier. It's way better options for healing. It is a full heal at least on the second target, but I think what they should do with this one, because it consumes corpse, I think this morph should consume all of the corpses nearby, and for each corpse that you consume, it should heal the target. And I think the armor should be a base thing on this ability, so you also get the resistant flesh armor. But only for a few seconds. Like resistant flesh is 3 seconds, we'll get to that in a moment, but I think this one should give you the armor and just consume all of the corpses and heal the teammates around based on how many corpses you consume. Braided Tether is the one that heals around your character, I think. Or around the target. I don't know, the Healing Tether, if you run Living Death, it's not a bad skill. Usually run the other morph though, it gives you sustain. And you still heal allies with the other one. It's just you have a bit more AoE with this one. But again, I think this one should just tether all of the corpses nearby, and based on how many corpses you drain, you get healing. Based on that, they can reduce the original number a bit, but it could be a lot more fun ability than it is right now. It's just kind of tedious. Or maybe they can keep one ability that's like only on one corpse. Maybe it could be this one. They could keep it as it is at the moment, but where would I put it? It's just very clunky in open world, and anywhere where you need to move, because you break the tether when you do. It's probably like C tier. I won't run it over Clean Lotus. Like around here. They could maybe make it give you a buff as well. Maybe like minor vitality. Or even major vitality while you're tethered. And the other morph should be like giving you sustain based on the corpses. Actually, maybe not, because then it would be the same as the Mystic Siphon idea. So it should be only one corpse then. So this one AoE and more AoE and major or minor vitality, and the other one we can do it now actually. The other one would be the same as it is right now, because it needs less buffs than this one. And right now this one is probably also C tier though, slow C tier. I don't know, or high C tier. Would I put it above Necrotic Potency though? No, I wouldn't. Played Necro in the past with Living Death. Always thought Necrotic Potency over Mortal Coil. I don't know, maybe this one is here and the other one is just D tier. Like high D tier. Honestly, what they could do, this moth could give you major vitality while slotted and won't be broken. So there is a skill that gives you major protection while slotted called Flare, and people mostly don't run it. So you could just have this give major vitality. And this one could, they could buff the sustain on Mortal Coil. Or just rework the whole ability. I don't know, too many tethers. Already is one in Gravelord. Enduring Undeath is the Morph, right? Not the base skill. Yes, this is the one with more duration based on the corpses you consume. This ability, I think they should... I don't really see people use it. They should probably rework this one. But is that D tier ability? It's an AoE heal. I need to actually compare a little bit. 3.5k, and if we did let's say healing ritual. A small tulip than healing ritual. Wait, no, it's the same, right? 2.4, 2.6, a little bit less. But it's kinda clunky, it's ground targeted. You have a heal over time. I think it's more value than healing ritual for sure. Can't drag it that low. Maybe not the minor expedition morph, but can I run it over Breath of Life? No. Like around here, perhaps? Above this one? I think the other morph is decent. It's another, like, only way to cleanse people. Besides giving them synergies. Or having the Stendar 5%. How would I change this though? So the problem is that you give a really long duration heal over time, but you probably want to refresh that. Then you refresh the long duration with a short duration one. I don't know, I would just redesign this entirely. Just make it do something completely different. Not sure what though. I think the whole skill line is very boring, actually. Expansion Modify is a good skill. I think it's more sustainable than Ritual, which is S tier, but you don't really need to sustain nowadays. I think nowadays I would put this in A tier, very high A tier as an ability. Or is this the, no, this is the sustain one, only classes 2, it's a bit lower. think like high B tier. Hexproof is high A tier. Because again, like you don't need the sustain, right? The extra sustain. When I cleanse 5 effects instead. So this morph is a lot better. Very high A tier. I would not change the skill. I think it's fine. I think this morph you could increase the sustain you get. There's another way to perma block with TK inhale now. Like, why not? Why not buff the sustain here? Intensive Mender is pretty decent. Pretty decent. Good group heals. Doesn't really show up on your healing done because it's a pet. They need to fix that in BGs, I mean. Where would I put this? Poly. Actually, is it? I think it's like low A tier as a heal. Would I run it over Cinderstorm if I had to pick? Maybe I would on a lot of builds, not on all of them. But I would buff this a little bit. I would give this the 10% damage reduction that the Spirit Guardian has, and Spirit Guardian should be like 20%. They should buff that one. Could be a little bit better. Spirit Guardian could also be redesigned, so it has a health bar. Maybe we can like directly target it. Same with the Mender, by the way. So that you can directly target it, but once the health bar runs out, it just dies. And then you lose the damage mitigation. It's like 10% or 20% of your damage taken is directed to the ghost. Right now I don't think it can die. It's just a buff that it's kind of like major protection. It's boring. It's the same as the buff. It could be different and more interesting. It's the base morph. Doing animation. This is the one that gives more resources back when you res. I think it's what people run on necro healers quite often, so it's not actually terrible. Can make your group very, very sticky if it happens to die a lot, if you have people who die in your BB group. But would I rank it B tier? It's probably like low-ish B tier. I'll rank it above PSM Mark, but for a healer, like it is an option. Maybe a little bit too expensive, but I don't know. People run it in PvE, people run it in PvP. For what it's supposed to do, it's not bad. I would maybe give it some passive buff, like increase healing done while solid. Or something like that. But yeah, I won't change it too much. Renewing Undead, this is the cleanse. It's actually not bad on Necro Healer. If you, for some reason, or any healer running Living Death, but if you for some reason run the skill line, this one is a pretty solid heal. Put it in A tier actually. It's heal and a cleanse. It's the only way to cleanse teammates. I'm not gonna put it above Matriarch, but we'll put it close to it. Above Leeching Vines, I would say. Put it here. I would maybe make it cleanse more debuffs. Right now it's when you consume corpses, you get the cleanse. It's only 3 negative effects. I think it should be based on how many corpses you target in the area. Say Crown Dewi that you target. And I think if there's corpses in the area, it should be 3 effects per corpse. So if there's multiple corpses, then it can be like a really efficient anti-debuff healer. It's already good, but it could be better is what I'm saying. Resistant Flesh is very meh. It's not as bad as the other one. And the other one we put in D tier. But I think it's a C tier heal. It's like around here. The main issue is the duration of the armor buff. You could make it really, really strong. If the duration was longer. Because you don't want to be spamming the same burst heal. Like every 3 seconds you need to rebuff and then you lose the armor and then you become very easily killable. If you're trying to build around this. It gives you minor defile. It's the same tooltip as everything else, very expensive compared to offering, for example. Like already if you're spamming burst heal, you're gonna run out of magicka doing that. So they should increase the duration to at least 5 seconds on this morph. I think it should be a base effect of the ability. But I think this morph should have more duration. This should be 3 seconds, and this one should be either 5 or 10. Something like that. I think 10 is maybe too much, but 5 or 8. 5 or 8. But either way, would be the minimum you can do to make that skill decent at least. Spirit Guardian is not bad if you run the skill line right now. For solo play, it's not good for healing really. But it's poly also in A tier as an ability. Why reanimate so low? Because it's very clunky. Like there's way better ultimates. I don't think it's above C tier. Like even if you happen to run Living Dead. You get way better results with Colo, usually. In B tier, do we have any offensive ultis in B tier that we can compare to? I don't have any ultis in B tier, interestingly. Oh, except the res ulti that the healers use. And other, like, healing ultis, but... I think it's just too clunky. If they increase the radius, and I think they should redesign that. Make it somewhere like 3 blast spawns and like some archers and maybe a mender, like multi-purpose ulti. That could be interesting. It shouldn't be a targeted ulti. It should be like around your character, maybe like 50-meter radius or something like that. Every corpse nearby is just like there's max 3 blast spawns and two archers or something like that. And that could be cool. I don't like it how it is right now. It's very telegraphed to people who usually block if you get the blast spawns. If you somehow manage to get the corpses and the corpses don't run in different directions, which they do very often. People just block and survive then. So wait, is that it? That's all the necro skills. Where did I put Spirit Guardian? Low A tier, and then Mender is a bit higher because it's better for heals. Yeah, this seems about right. Spirit Guardian, like I mentioned earlier, should be like 20%, but... That's all the necro skills. I just realized I still have the fucking music on, so I need to edit all of this for the tier list, but that's one more class done. We have just Arcanist left, and then the weapon skills and other stuff, but we'll continue that next time. Let's see what we can trade. Really tired to get some food and stuff. We raided Camel last time, I think. Trade Hervey today. Perhaps. It's not ending the stream or anything. What is Hervey up to? Oh, it's not coffee break. Still rest 3 people at once is super strong. Yeah, have it in B tier as a healing ulti. Like ideally your teammates shouldn't be dying. So it can't be A tier or S tier if they're dying then something's going wrong, right? But as a like recovery ultimate is good. So I don't want to put it below B tier, but it's the other move that people run in PvP and in PvP if they're healers. So if you run the other move that summons Blast Bones as a healer, those Blast Bones do like 0 damage because you have no offensive stats or pen. So you'd rather like keep people's stats when you rest them, so they don't just insta die right after. So I think that morph is better. Torvis on a coffee break. Do we raid? I could raid Red Dead though again. What's he up to? Some PvE. Irving? Is he back from coffee break? No, he's still on coffee break. I'll raid Herbie next time. Raid Dead today. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. See you all next time. Only tomorrow. I'll try to do more BGs and stuff tomorrow. Like today was kinda slow day. Just testing stuff and tier list and whatnot, but tomorrow hopefully more PvP. Anyway, enjoy Red Dead stream. See you all next time. Bye.